Hi, welcome to the Museum of Glass. Feel free to have a seat. Here on the hot shop floor, we've got our visiting artist, Nancy Callan. She's brought in her team of glass makers as well as the team from the Museum of Glass for her artist residency. She'll be here through Sunday. Right now, you can see glass artist Dave Walters using what's known as the marver to help shape that glass. You can see over in the corner, Nick has an entire bar of color that he's using with a smaller marver. He'll shape this to do what's known as a color drop and add even more color to one of Nancy's vibrant sculptures. Mariah just took a nice fresh dip of hot glass. You can see that it looks really orange, but as the glass is exposed to the air in our hot shop, it becomes closer to its true color, which is clear. Now in the center bench, we have Ben using a wet newspaper in order to shape the glass into a nice pointed shape. Over in the far bench, you can see that Mariah and Nancy have put together a lid for the glass. You can see that there's a lot of lines in that glass, and that is Duro. It's a really stiff glass. And that is how Nancy achieves her multiple line sculptures. Can we play a few of the artist slides, please? This is the Duro that I was referring to. So all of those lines and all of those shapes are actually a stiffer glass, which helps it to retain its shape when it's blown out. In these sculptures, there are hundreds and hundreds of little lines of white Duro. This one has a combination of white and black. Now, Nancy does have her first solo show coming up at the museum in 2024. Some of the sculptures she's making today will be a part of that show. Thanks, Chris. Now you can see that we've got 3 benches of glass makers working today. All of these parts and pieces will all be in a singular sculpture. So it takes quite a few people to achieve to achieve Nancy's very complex pieces. Now Ben is using gravity and centrifugal force in order to stretch that bubble. So although the glass has an exterior color of white, the inside is actually pink. Do let me know if you have any questions, okay? Can we go ahead and play the stuff cup slide? So what we're working on right now is Nancy is making the inside colors. And in the center here, Ben is making what'll be the exterior cup. So we'll put that inside pattern inside of the cup that he's making, and we'll use many, many layers of colors and patterns for the same piece. Thanks, Chris. Can we go ahead and play the cane slide? So what we're gearing up to do over in this side is we will be picking up more layers of colored glass. So over on the side here, Jen has what's known as a pastorelli. That is what we will use to hold our cane plate. So that glass has a very temperamental heat reference. All the glass on the floor has to be above 1,000 degrees. So we just unloaded the kiln with glass that we preheated slowly, and now it's at the temperature that it won't get shocked when it's put into the glory hole in order to get to melting temperature. We need it to be pretty melted so that when we roll the glass that Nancy has on the pipe, it sticks. If the glass gets below 1,000 degrees, it will crack, it will break. So Nancy just took a nice fresh gather of glass on top of the first layer of cane. The pipe is at its hottest when it comes out of that furnace, right after that gather of glass. So we always want to cool it. You can see that when we're working with so many people, it's really good measure to cool down the pipe so that when you pass it to your partner, you don't accidentally burn them. Over in the center is going to be our next big action. Right now, Ben is attaching a punty to what we will then make into that stuff cup. And now what he'll do, once that's on center, he will take a drop of water from the bucket behind him, put it on what's known as the jack line, and break that glass off. So he's using that water to shock that glass. Now that glass is really angry, and so when he uses the vibrations, it breaks right where we want it to. It's one of the few times in the hot shop that we do want the glass to break. Now over here, Nancy is about to roll up that cane that we took out of that kiln. We're adding our second layer of lines. Now again, although it does look orange in color, as it's exposed to the air, it will become just white and clear. Now what Nancy will do is she'll get those canes really nice and warm, really nice and toasty, and she'll use the marver to really solidify the connection from the inside layer and the outside layer of glass. So in the center, Dave is getting that stuff cup really nice and warm so we can open it up. So now Ben is using jacks in order to really open up that cup, because we need that cup large enough so that it can accept the glass that we're making on the corner. Good. You let me know if there's... Hello, hello, and welcome to the museum. You can see that they're loading the next layer. Nancy works in many, many layers, many, many lines and patterns. So now they're preheating that next layer of glass to go on top of the glass she's already gotten. Can we go ahead and play the artist slides, please? For those of you just joining us here at the museum, this is a snapshot on Nancy Callan's work. Nancy is our resident artist here at the museum. She's brought in some of her own glass workers, and she's also using the Museum of Glass's very skilled team. She works in colors and patterns and really vibrant and exuberant glass. Thanks, Chris. So Nancy's over in the corner and she's heating up what's known as cane. Those are all those lines in her work. She's really melting in a second layer of glass. In the center, we have Ben, who's making what's known as a stuff cup. So the glass that Nancy's making in the corner will eventually go on the inside of the stuff cup that Ben is making in the center. Do let me know if you have any questions at all. So all the glass that's on the hot shop floor has to be above 1,000 degrees. Otherwise, it will crack and break. Can we play the furnace slide, please? So this is our furnace. We have 2 furnaces on the hot shop floor. Both furnaces hold about 1,000 pounds of glass. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And they're powered by natural gas and forced air. So the glass comes out of that furnace at about 2,100 degrees. And then it slowly cools down. But remember, we have to maintain at least 1,000 degrees, otherwise the glass will break. Thanks, Chris. So you can see in the center, Jen is using a hot torch to torch the tip of that glass. She's loading it with a paddle. It's quite dramatic with all the fire and smoke. We love that here in glass blowing. So she just loaded that glass into that kiln. And that kiln is at 950 degrees. Slowly, over time, that kiln will reach room temperature over a period of about 8 hours. Everything that we make here today will go inside that kiln, and it'll all come down together. Now, Ben is using what's known as a fluffy torch in order to torch the punty. We want to make sure that the back end of that glass stays nice and warm. When we reheat the glass in the reheating furnace, it has a tendency to always heat the farthest glass first. So in order to evenly distribute that heat and make sure we're all nice and cozy, we have to use the torches to evenly distribute it. Go ahead and raise your hand if you do have any questions. We have a question right here. The question is, what inspired everybody to do this? And I think it's really fun. It's super duper fun. It's also very challenging. So you really got to be up to a challenge, and you kind of got to be an athlete too, because it takes a lot of physical force and a lot of mental and physical exertion to blow glass. The question is, how hard is glass blowing? Glass blowing is extremely difficult. It's really hard to get good, and it costs a lot of money to get good because glass blowing is very expensive. Everyone on the hot shop floor today makes it look easy, like it's easy as pie, no worries, no cares in the world. But everyone on the hot shop floor has been working with glass for a very long time. Question is, do we ever get burned? Burns do happen. We are working with molten glass, which is very warm in temperature. However, because we're professionals and we've been doing this for a long time, it doesn't happen frequently. The question is, how do you mold the glass? There are several different tools in a glassblower's toolbox. There are jacks, which are made out of steel. There's a paddle, which is wood. And then there are these wooden blocks that help to shape the glass as well. So the tools are limitless. Sometimes we even use a butter knife. It's whatever you find that gets the job done, that's how we mold it. All right, so now we're getting ready to add yet another layer of pattern onto this sculpture. Nancy is letting her glass cool down so that it maintains its strength. What we want is we want a cold core in order to take a dip into that furnace. So she's letting the inside bubble cool down so that it has enough structure that when she goes into our furnace, that's 2100 degrees, it doesn't fall off the pipe. Now Jen is taking that next layer of glass color and pattern out of that kiln. It's going on the pastorelli, and then it'll be reheated up to a certain temperature inside this middle reheating furnace. You can see that these parts are very different than the other parts that she's been using. Now this is going to be a really slick move, you guys. You talk about how hard glass blowing is. Go ahead and watch what Nancy does here. She's going inside that furnace. Remember, that furnace is super duper hot. And she's going to come out with another layer of glass. You can see that she can't ever stop turning, always be turning. Rule number 1 in glass making. If she were to stop turning, the glass would slump and fall to the floor. What she's doing is she's peeling the outside layer of glass away. It's called a strip gather. So she let it strip off that interior bubble. Now she's using a pipe cooler to cool down that steel tube. The steel tube that holds the glass is always its hottest right out of that furnace. So now Jen and Dave are putting even more heat onto those little marinis. Can we show the marini slide, please? So for those of you who can't quite see what's happening, we've got canes that were chopped into what's known as marini. They look like little quarters or nickels. And those will be added onto the outside of this linear cane that she has already started. Thanks, Chris. So you can see those little quarter types, little bits of glass. The question is, what material are the gloves made out of? They're made out of what's known as Kevlar. So it's a heat-resistant material, and there's multiple layers of that Kevlar. You can see they're quite bulky, and that's what protects the glass workers from holding things that are really hot. This is an important move right here. Another reason why glass is so difficult. Those little quarter-size pieces need to be the right temperature. Her bubble needs to be the right temperature. And so they're fusing on the exterior surface of that colored glass. Now she's using a broom to brush off any schmutz that could have been on that kiln shelf. The question is, how heavy is the glass when it's on the stick? The glass today is particularly heavy because Nancy makes large things. They're quite impressive, quite pretty, and they require many, many layers of glass in order to get the complexity that her work is surrounded by. Now, that being said, when that weight is put on a stick that's 5 feet long, it's even heavier. If I had to guess how heavy that glass is in the center, it's probably 10 pounds, but then it extends as you get farther away, so it'll feel more like 20. Now, Nancy's using what's known as a taglio in order to really make sure that those little marinis are attached to that glass. Good, how are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Can we play the artist slides again, please? Oh, he's in the bathroom. So you see this big piece of equipment right here? That's called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we put the glass when we're parking it. We're pressing pause. We need it to stay above that 1,000 degrees, but we're not quite ready to use it. So that big cup that we were making in the center is now parked in the garage, and we're waiting until this glass is nice and melted in order to do the stuff cup. For those of you who are curious about our wonderful cone, we do have blueprints that you can walk around and see some of the architectural feats that is our famous cone. Now, in the center bench here, you can see Nancy is gearing up to use what's known as a block. You asked about how the glass is molded. This is one of those ways. So she wants to evenly distribute that glass, and she'll use the block in order to shape it. The question was, why don't we just use a two-part mold? Nancy's work is very organic in shape, so that's how we achieve that. The question is, how do we get the glass off the stick? What'll happen is we'll put in what's as a jack line. When we're all said and done, we'll use that jack line in order to break the glass off of the stick. The question is, can you cook with glass blowing equipment? And yes, you can, but it's dirty, not advisable. The question is, why doesn't the team have more protection on? So you can see that Jen is actually protecting Nancy using those paddles. Hello and welcome to the museum. For those of you who are new, we have visiting artist Nancy Callan as our artist here at the museum. Nancy has a show coming up in 2024. Some of the work that she's making here today is for that show here at the museum. It is Nancy's first solo show. So what Nancy is doing now is she's making another selection of glass to be added. Remember, the glass needs to get preheated, so she's loading it on a kiln shelf, a temperature-resistant material that'll then go inside of our kiln and slowly come up to about 1,050 degrees. It's warm enough so that it won't get shocked when it's exposed to the air temperature, and it's not so hot that it melts and slumps. It's very temperamental glass making. So Ben just scurried. We have that stuff cup. He just took it out of that garage. We need a rush because we can't let that glass get too cold, otherwise it will break. So Dave is letting that internal bubble cool down. Remember, we need a nice cold core so that when we go take a fresh dip inside that furnace, the glass doesn't just fall off that pipe. So here, Dave is going to take yet another gather of glass. We need a lot of glass to make these sculptures. The glass will come out really nice and bright orange, but it is clear. Our furnaces hold about 1,000 pounds of clear glass. He's doing no strip. Now he's going to the pipe cooler. You want to be nice to your buddies on the hot shop floor and make sure that pipe isn't wicked hot when you go to give it to your friend. So you can see there's quite a few people on the floor and everyone has a job. We're gearing up to do something that is quite impressive. Can we go ahead and play the stuff cup slide, please? So super quick to give you an example of what's going to be happening next. We're going to be taking the bubble that Nancy has and putting it inside the stuff cup that Ben is bringing back up to temperature. It was in the garage. We let it cool so that it wouldn't move, and now we got to get it nice and hot so that that inside bubble can fuse to the outside cup. Question is, have any of our workers gotten their hair caught on fire? And no. The question is, why is Jen using the hot torch on the inside of that cup? Remember, we need the glass to fuse. So we want that inside really nice and toasty. If there are any tool marks or imperfections in the glass, we can also remove those by melting that surface. We want the inside of that bubble really nice and perfect. Otherwise, it can trap air during the stuff cup process, which we want one bubble in this piece, and that's the inside one. No questions right now. This is a very important part. I want you guys to really pay attention to this. This is the money move right here. We need everyone on this hot shot floor. It's very critical that all of these temperatures line up. We need the size of that inside bubble to be perfect. We need the size of that exterior cup to be perfect. And we need everyone moving in harmony. Remember that glass can't get below 1,000 degrees, so we need to hustle. Jen is putting that stuff cup on a steel ring. Now Nancy is stuffing the cup. She can't let that inside bubble tap the edges at all, otherwise we will trap glass. She lets it drop down and pushes down and blows up to push that inside bubble around that cup. Awesome. Can we go ahead and give her a round of applause, please? That is really, really tricky stuff right here. So now what Ben is doing is he's pushing down that back side. We need to finish putting the exterior glass on that inside bubble. So we'll use the marver to help shape that glass around that inside bubble. Question is, how do you become a glass blower? Everyone here has their own unique story about how they came to glass, but typically you see it and you become obsessed with it, and then you dedicate your life to it. The question is, how often does the glass break unintentionally? With this team, it won't happen. But it is glass. Glass is temperamental, and it's very quite difficult. So it does happen sometimes. So as I was saying before, the end of that bubble tends to get hotter because inside the reheating furnace, it's closer to the fire, the flames, the burners. So Dave is using that fluffy torch to get more heat on the back side of the bubble. Jen is now loading the next layer of glass inside that kiln. The question is, how long does it take to make one of these sculptures? And it's hard to say. You're done when the job's done. You know, every sculpture is different. They're all unique. They all have their own patterns. And each pattern, you can't say how long it'll take. The question is, when you're using a wooden tool, does it ever catch on fire? And yes, it does. You can see that there are wooden tools inside these buckets of water. That helps to prevent that fire from happening. So I do want to encourage everyone to stay away from the injury-related questions. You know, yes, we do get hurt. It's a dangerous process, but we're here to celebrate our visiting artists and the art making here at the museum. The question is, how do we know what we're going to make? So Nancy does have her show coming up in 2024. You can see on this heat shield a drawing. So that is giving the team direction on what they'll be making. These are one of Nancy's signature sculptures. So what we're making right now is going to be one of Nancy's panels. So we're going to make it into a nice big cylinder. It then gets cut in the cold shop and then flattened out. So that white will actually be the backside. It's kind of like gessoing a painting. It's giving her a backdrop for all of the other patterns and colors that are now on the inside of that glass. Hello and welcome to the Museum of Glass. For those of you just arriving, we are working with our visiting artist, Nancy Callan. You came on a great day. Right now we're making a cylinder that will then be opened up to be one of her panels. In 2024, Nancy will have her first solo show. It'll be here at the Museum of Glass. We're very excited to see that all come together. So some of the work that she's making today will be for that show. So we're going to have a very spicy heat coming out of that reheating furnace right now. This is the hottest it'll probably be during this process, and that's so that we can get the jack line in. The jack line is where we'll be able to eventually remove the glass from the pipe. So Dave is going to get that wicked hot, and Nancy will use her jacks to put that line in. Dave is using that marver in order to really get that area by the pipe as small as possible so those jacks can fit around that glass. So although it does look like a simple white piece of glass, there are many layers of colors on the inside which will be revealed when it's in its final stage, that panel. Can we go ahead and play those artist slides, please? For those of you who don't know Nancy's work, it's quite beautiful. She achieves this through many, many layers of color. Every pattern is unique, and she uses glass with different stiffnesses in order to achieve thinner, more deliberate lines and some of those more wispier lines. This is one of her panels. This started off as a cylinder, and then it was cut open. You can see that black is a nice backdrop for all the patterning that she did on the inside of that. Thanks, Chris. You can see that the #1 rule is always be turning. You can't stop turning the pipe because when you do, the glass will slump over and eventually fall. We've worked really hard to make sure that that glass is evenly distributed over that bubble of air that's in the center, and we don't want to jeopardize that by stopping turning. Nancy's using a paper that's been soaked in water to help shape the end of that glass. Jen is protecting her arm using what's known as a paddle. Now, it seems a bit counterintuitive to use both a torch and a blower, but what's happening is we want to get that shoulder where the jack line will be nice and warm. We want the glass right next to the pipe nice and stiff so that we don't lose control. do let me know if you have any questions. I am here as your hot shop guide, and I'm just going to talk you through what's happening. But if there's anything else you want to know, do let me know. How much does it weigh? The question is, how much do we think it weighs? I'd say that's probably 20 pounds of glass. But when you hold it that far away, it feels closer to 40 or 50. It'll be a panel, flat panel. So now we're getting that really spicy heat for our jack line. Nancy's using those jacks. She's going to cinch in a smaller area so that when we're working the glass from the opposite side, it breaks off really cleanly and deliberately. We're using gravity to make sure that that bubble elongates. That's why the angle. It also helps to give us a better jack line. Now what they're doing is they're putting heat on that shoulder, so we'll begin getting the diameter of that cylinder. The question is, are these the same glass workers that work with Nancy consistently? Jen in the yellow, Dave in the red, and Mariah in the green are all part of Nancy's team. The other glass makers on the floor are glass artists from the Museum of Glass. So when you're begifted a residency here, you do get the team. It's a really awesome resource. For those of you who are artists and may be interested in getting a residency at the museum, around October, November, we do accept applications. It's a very stiff competition, but we do invite artists of any material to apply. So that bubble got quite large quite quickly, huh? So the way that we're able to achieve such a large diameter glass piece is that reheating furnace has multiple doors. So as the piece gets larger and larger, we open up more and more doors. We're using gravity, help elongate it. Question is, how long is this process from beginning to end? And I can't speak to that exactly because Nancy came prepared with components to create this sculpture, but we've been working on this same piece since about 9 a.m. Started it yesterday. I mean, in order to achieve all the complexity of her patterns, you know, it takes a long time, and a lot of people too. You can see everyone on the floor is working on a single piece. Hello and welcome to the museum. Please feel free to have a seat. For those of you who are new to the museum, we also have architecture blueprints of our famous cone up on the back, and you can get a different vantage point up there as well. Can we go ahead and play Nancy's slides, please? So here's a glimpse into Nancy's world. She has a show coming up here at the Museum of Glass in 2024. You can see from these images that her work is very complex, a lot of color, a lot of pattern, very organic in shape. A lot of time and a lot of energy. Thanks, Chris. So now what we're doing is we're making that diameter consistent throughout. This will be a cylinder. It'll then be cut and then slumped over to be a flat panel. So for those of you who missed it earlier, although it does look like just a white piece of glass, there is many, many layers of color and pattern on the inside of that that will be revealed when it becomes its panel. The question is, how do you know when to use the torch? So Nancy's team, part of being a really good assistant is predicting what will happen next. Another clear indication that the torch is needed is when the glass becomes too stiff. All the glass on the hot shop floor needs to be moving, at least slightly. Otherwise, if it gets too cold, it becomes too stiff, and that's when it breaks. Because we're making a cylinder, we want it to all be the same diameter. So Ben is using his eyes to see which parts of the glass need to be inflated more so that it's nice and straight, and that is what is deciding where the heat should go. It's also worth noting that when we're reheating the glass inside that reheating furnace, the end of the glass that's farthest in that reheating furnace will get hotter faster. So we need to help control that heat by heating that back shoulder closer to the pipe more frequently so that it's all of moving temperatures. So now we're heating the end of that glass because we'll be doing a move called putting a bottom on it. So the glass that's farthest away from that pipe will actually be the bottom of the cylinder. Question is, how hot is that oven? When the glass comes out of the furnace, it's a piping 2100 degrees. Our glory holes heat the glass to about that temperature as well. The brick starts deteriorating at 2300, so it's a fine line. Everything about glass is a fine line. The question was, will we be able to see the inside of this glass piece today? And short answer is no. Long answer is that will happen in the cold shop. It's a secondary process. So you'll only see the cylinder today. We're putting that bottom on there. That newspaper that's now smoking is also a way for us to even out that diameter. So we put the weight of the glass, applies pressure on itself. We cap the ends so we don't deflate, and it evenly moves that glass. Right now, Nancy is using her jacks. We really want this shape nice and even. This is another technique to make sure that diameter is consistent all the way through. The more consistent the diameter, the larger the panel she can get from the glass. So it's important to use all that work that she's put into that to its greatest advantage. Can we go ahead and play the stuff cup, or sorry, the stuff cup slide? So this is what we're looking at. What you missed was the building of all of the pattern on the inside. And then the outside is her canvas. It's her backdrop. It's that nice white color. And then there's a layer of pink. And then there's 3 layers of lines and patterns. So it's a lot. Thanks, Chris. questions on how the glass piece is opened up, you've got your cylinder. You're going to take a diamond bit saw in the cold shop and cut it, and then you put it in the kiln, and then it lays flat. Now, this is a very historical technique because it's actually how sheet glass has been made for a very long time. For those of you familiar with Seattle, we still have a great sheet glass maker in Fremont called Fremont Antique Glass that makes a lot of stained glass artist glass by hand to this day. Now what Jen is doing is she's putting a lot of heat right where that jack line is. We want to really stress out that glass because we're eventually going to be breaking it. So we'll add heat, then we'll add cold, then we'll add heat, and it'll make the glass so upset that it cracks intentionally. And that's how we'll remove it from the pipe. All that glass that's on the pipe, that's called the moil. It's basically our structure to make sure the glass stays on the pipe when we want it to. Sometimes that moil gets too cold, so we also have to make sure that it's above that 1,000 degree mark. So this process is called flashing down. We're flashing down the piece. We're letting that cylinder cool down. We're making that moil really upset by putting a lot of heat into it. And now we'll add that cold temperature and break it off. Here's our punny. Quite massive. We've got a lot of glass on that stick. The punny is how we will be able to work the glass that's on the front side. When making a glass object, you make the bottom first. It's counterintuitive to how you would think to sculpt something. It's really critical that that glass stays on center. We want that punny to be stiff so the glass doesn't fall off. We want our moil to be moving, really upset. Here's that glass of water. Now we're cracking the glass. The glass is super upset. Moil up, vibrations, bam. Now that punny is moving, that's why they're having to secure it on both sides. It's also very, very heavy. There's a lot of glass there. It's a rush to get that glass back inside that reheating furnace. Remember, as it's exposed to the temperature of the air, it's cooling rapidly. We can't let that glass get below 1,000 degrees. It will shatter, it will break. We don't want to do that. what Nancy is doing now is she's making sure that punny is really well attached. She's also making sure that it's on center. So by moving the glass up and down, she's able to make sure that it's really nice in line. If the glass is not on center, as you spin it, it'll be all wonky spaghetti. We want it nice and straight. We want a straight cylinder. We're letting that punty cool so it's not quite so viscous. So Jen is making sure that cylinder does not get too cold. Jen is heating up what's known as a puffer. And we'll be using this in order to puff up the shoulders of our cylinder while that opening is small. So right now we're heating up that lip. We've got our puffer ready. Our puffer is also known as a soffietta. A lot of these terminologies for these tools are in Italian because Murano had such a large influence on glass making. Can we play Nancy's slides, please? For those of you new to our hot shop, here's a glimpse into Nancy's world. A lot of pattern. There's a panel for you. So that was once a cylinder made in the same way that we're making this cylinder today. That white color will be the backdrop. It's like gessoing a painting. In 2024, Nancy will have her first solo show here at the Museum of Glass. Some of the work that she's making on the hot shop floor today will be a part of that show. Although it's Nancy's first show, she does have quite a rich history in glassmaking. She was one of Lino Tagliopietro's main gaffers. Right now what we're doing is we're tweezing the lip. The glass that was closest to the pipe tends to be thicker because of that moil, that giant mass on the end of the pipe. So now we tweeze out that lip and we'll cut it so that our thickness of glass is more consistent throughout the entire cylinder. So Nancy's going to be using what's known as duckbill shears in order to cut that glass. Jen is using the paddle to protect her from the heat. Such a smooth action. Now Jen will save that, and that piece of glass that was just removed is a kind of a glimpse into what it'll look like when it's cold. We won't anneal it. It won't be safe to use in a sculpture, but we'll get a sneak peek on what we can assume the glass will look like on the inside. For those of you just getting here, welcome to the museum. Thanks for coming in. We have visiting artist Nancy Callan, who's working on a piece with the whole Hot Shop team today. Thanks for coming in. Have a good rest of your trip. Now we will be switching exhibitions soon, so definitely make sure to check out what are you looking at. There's that Sophietta. We're blowing up that shoulder. We want to be able to make the largest panel, so we want that whole cylinder to be the same consistent diameter. For those of you just getting here, welcome to the museum. On the hot shop floor, you have visiting artist Nancy Callan, along with her team and the team at the Museum of Glass. We're finishing our first piece of the day. What we're doing is we're opening up that cylinder. Ben is using a wooden stick with some newspaper to do a very technical job. We're getting to just about the end of this piece that we've been working on all morning. Can we go ahead and play Nancy's slides, please? Here's a glimpse into some of her previous work. She uses a lot of pattern, a lot of color, a lot of different techniques. All of those lines were a single piece of glass that she then combines. On the inside of this soon-to-be panel are more of those lines, more of her patterns. Here's an example of another panel from the past. Although the glass on the floor looks simple, looks white, it's just the backdrop of her very intense painting. Do let me know if you have any questions at all. Right now we're evening out that diameter. As that glass touches that newspaper, it cools down. So we're using the sheer weight of the glass itself to apply pressure, and it helps to even out the diameter. Now Jen is using those fluffy torches to make sure our punty is nice and happy. If the glass gets below 1,000 degrees, it does crack and break. For those of you interested in seeing the final product, Nancy does have her first museum exhibition, which will be her first solo museum exhibition here at the Museum of Glass in 2024. This is really exciting, important stuff right here. They're going to be finished with this piece. I will let you know that when the piece comes off the pipe, it is customary to go ahead and give our artists a round of applause. So now you've got that knowledge. Nick is getting suited up. He will be grabbing this piece with his warmed Kevlar gloves and manually loading it into our kiln, which is about 900 degrees. Everything we make today will go inside that kiln, and it'll take 8 hours to achieve room temperature. So we won't see this glass until midday tomorrow. For those of you who saw it before, we're flashing down the piece. We need to put a lot of heat into that punty side. We got to make the glass really upset so that it breaks where we want it to. You can see some of the pattern on the inside. So that's 5 layers of color. So we want to make sure that punty is really nice and warm. We want to make sure that it's moving. Here's our water. Here's our thermal shock. This is our moment of truth. Can we give her a round of applause? Our visiting artist, Nancy Callan, everyone. Thank you very much. So right now in the garage, we have parts that we've already started making for our next piece. Thanks for coming to the museum. We will be doing a rotating exhibition soon, so definitely check out what are you looking at inside our exhibition spaces. We also have the collection of Bertil Vanini. The team is taking a quick intermission, but we will be making another piece before lunch. There should be glass blowing within the next 10 minutes or so. We just need to meet as a team to figure out what we'll make next. For those of you just coming in, welcome to the Museum of Glass. As they say, there's no rest for the wicked, so we're beginning our next piece. It will also be a cylinder. We have visiting artist Nancy Callan is the star of the show today. She has an artist residency with the Museum of Glass, so we also have the glassmakers who work at the museum full-time on the floor. We've got a lot of bodies, and we need every one of them to make Nancy's very complex and beautiful work. Can we play Nancy's slides, please? So you can see the complexity within her patterns, her color choices. These pieces of glass are no easy feat. They are often massive as well. You can see a photographer on the floor. He shot a lot of these images. So we really got everyone on the floor today. Thanks, Chris. So you can see Jen is at the reheating furnace. She's got a solid chunk of colored glass. Dave has a bubble, and what they're doing right now is they're overlaying that solid chunk of colored glass over that clear bubble. You can see Ben has another chunk of solid glass. Glass color comes in 3 forms. Bar, which is what they're using today, frit, which is bar that's been broken up, and then powder, which is frit that's been broken up even further. Depending on how you want to use the glass, you choose what type of color you'll be using. Here is an example of color bar in my hand, literally a bar. This is a transparent. Right now, Nancy's working with opaque, so it's slightly different. Now you've got Dave pushing that colored glass around that clear bubble. We want to make sure that that color is really evenly distributed. Otherwise, we can have weirdness inside the glass when it's at the final stages. Do let me know if you have any questions at all. I am here as your visual guide inside our hot shop. You can see Nancy is speaking with Ben as he's shaping up the next drop of color. Nancy has been working in the hot shop since Wednesday with the team. Today is the last day, and it's all in preparation for her first solo museum exhibition here at the Museum of Glass in 2024. Jen is taking a gather of glass outside of our furnace. Although it looks really bright and really orange, it is clear. And as that glass is exposed to the temperature of the air outside, it will become closer to its true color, which is clear. So Jen's just making a fun little sculpture. She put a patty, that clear bit that's on the marver is called a patty, and she sculpted a little tree just for funsies. We gotta all have fun sometimes. We like drama here in the hot shop, so you can see the smoke, the fire on that paddle as it does catch on fire. Remember that glass is about 1,700 degrees. Now, if that glass were to get below 1,000 degrees, it would break, which is why we've got to hustle. Get it in that annealer. That annealer is about 900 degrees, and over the course of 8.5 hours, it will slowly come down to room temperature. This is called the annealing process. Over in the corner, Nancy's using a Dremel. There was some schmutz, that's the technical term, in the glass on the top of that color bar. So now she's Dremeling that out. The question is, how much heat is used in order to make these pieces of glass? It's quite a bit. So the glass is never below 1,000 degrees and is never above about 2,300. The brick that's used inside of our furnaces begins to break down at 2,300 degrees, so there's a fine line. So Ben is now using the marver to shape that will be color drop. He wants it really nice and pointed. You have a pointed bubble, you have a pointed color, and that helps to trap the least amount of air. We only want one bubble in this piece, and it's that primary bubble at the center of the glass. Can we go ahead and play the overlay slide, please? So this is what's happening. We're going to have a clear bubble on the inside, and then that layer of color goes on the outside. We've seen it one time before with the bubble that Dave has over in the corner. We'll see it again with the bubble that Jen will soon have. Thanks, Chris. So I misspoke. We're actually going to drape another layer of color on Dave's piece of glass. So Ben's really nice and molten. Dave's got a cold core, tip to tip. And now he uses diamond shears to snip that glass. We don't want any of the clear that's on that punty to be on our bubble. And now he'll use the marver to drape that color evenly. So we've got clear, pink, and another color on top. You can see we've got some steam over in this corner. Jen is using a wooden block in order to shape that glass. The wooden block lives in water, and what happens is when it's exposed to that really hot glass, a layer of steam forms around the glass. This helps for the wood not to stick to the glass. If it does, it leaves something called scuzz, and it also helps the wooden block not to catch on fire. Jen is now using a newspaper that's wrapped in Kevlar in order to shape the glass. She's also cooling the sides of the glass because you can see it's thinner. So we want that meat to stay there, and we want the ice at the bottom to be what moves next. So inside that kiln, where our visiting artist Nancy is right now, are colored glass objects similar to this that she loaded and that she will be putting on the clear bubble of glass that Jen now has. The final object will be a glass panel. So we're gonna make in our hot shop today a nice cylinder that'll be later cut down the lengthwise and then laid flat. So right now, Jen is taking a gather of hot glass. That furnace runs at 2100 degrees. Although it looks really bright and orange, it is clear. We have 2 furnaces on the hot shop floor. Both hold up to 1,000 pounds of glass. Those furnaces run 24 hours a day and are powered by natural gas and forced air. You can see as that glass cools down when it's exposed to the temperature air in our room here, it does become closer to its final color, which is clear. Right now, what Jen is doing is she's picking out a bubble. So she's going to take her tweezers, pull the bubble to the surface, and then use her shears to cut it out. What's happening in the center here is Nick is preheating a pastorelli. A lot of the terminology used in the hot shop is Italian because Murano was such a large influence on hot glass and the way we make glass today. We want to make sure that pastorelli is pretty warm so that when we put that kiln shelf on there with our glass, it doesn't make it cool too rapidly. Can we go ahead and play the stuff cup slide, please? So this is what we're working on right now. The cup that Gabe has here in the center will be the outside. And the bubble Ben has over on the corner will be the inside color. Thanks, Chris. We will make several stuff cups in order to achieve Nancy's very complex and pattern-oriented work. For those of you who haven't seen it, can we play Nancy's slides, please? Very complex, lot of lines, lot of patterns. Each one of those lines was a single piece of glass. So you can see that it takes a lot of work, a lot of people, a lot of time in order to create such complex pieces. Here we have Ben taking a gather of hot glass. Remember that furnace is 2100 degrees, super warm. Now that pipe is its hottest when it comes out of that furnace, so he'll go straight from the furnace over to the pipe cooler. Nancy's using a newspaper to help shape that glass. For those of you who are new to the museum, you are able to walk around 360 and check out the blueprints of our infamous cone. It also gives you a different vantage point if you want to see the glass. You're a bit closer to the glass makers. If anyone has any questions at all, don't be afraid to ask. So what's happening here in the center is Mariah is using the hot torch to get that inside of that cup really nice and molten. Heating the glass with the hot torch also removes any tool marks that could be in the glass. This is a price check. We're checking to make sure that the diameter of Ben's bubble matches the diameter of the stuff cup. Can we go ahead and move the camera so we can see the steps? Thank you. So now Dave is using a metal stand. We're going to be putting our cup right on there. For those of you up yonder, if you go over here, this is the next action. Now what we're doing is we're breaking that punty off, and then we'll set that cup on that metal stand. Dave is using gloves that are wrapped in Kevlar so he doesn't burn himself. And now Ben will stuff the cup. He'll let that bubble hang down and elongate. It's super important not to touch the sides of that. It's very difficult to stuff a cup like this. If you were to tap either side, it would trap air, and we're only allowed one bubble in this piece, and that's the one in the center of that glass. And now what he'll do is he'll use the marver and the fluffy torch to push the rest of that glass onto the shoulder. Jen has now taken the pattern glass outside of the kiln, and we'll heat it up so it's pretty nice and toasty. The bubble that Nancy has will be used to pick up the glass that's on the kiln shelf. Meanwhile, Ben is working in tandem. All the glass on the floor today will be a singular piece, and this is how Nancy achieves the complexity of her glass work. Jen's using that hot torch to really make sure that those pucks are molten enough so that when the glass bubble is put onto them, they melt together. When glass is about 1200 degrees, it stops moving. So it's a constant race between hot enough to make it move when I want it to, and cold enough to stop moving. But we can't get below that 1000 degrees, otherwise it will crack and break. So there could have been some schmutz on that kiln shelf, so she'll go ahead and she'll brush it off. And now the next thing to do is to really melt in those pucks so that we have a singular bubble, the glass is evenly distributed, and although those pucks were perfect circles before, they'll seamlessly blend into that interior bubble because we'll get it so hot. And those canes will move along the shape of that molten glass. Now Nancy's using what's known as a tagliole in order to make sure that those glass pucks are really well put on that internal bubble. Hi, and welcome to the museum. For those of you just arriving, we have our visiting artist, Nancy Callan, on the hot shop floor. Everyone here today is here for Nancy. Nancy is having her first solo museum exhibition here at the Museum of Glass in 2024. Some of the pieces we're making during her residency will be a part of that show. Right now, what we're doing is we're making a cylinder that will eventually become a panel. Nancy has done a lot of work ahead of time, and she's brought these pucks that are now attached to our clear bubble. Jen is using the hot torch to make sure that the fusing is perfect. If the fusing is not perfect, we can trap air bubbles that we don't want, so we really want to make sure that that glass is really nice and melted in. Can we go ahead and play Nancy's slides, please? For those of you who aren't familiar with Nancy's work, it is very pattern oriented. She uses a lot of vibrant colors. No pattern is ever the same. All of those white lines you see here were all a single piece of glass. So it's hundreds of pieces of glass combined to make her very elaborate patterns. Here's an example of some of the panels. So what we're making on the hot shop floor will be a panel. Now Nancy's using a Dremel to get some of the schmutz from the kiln shelf off of the glass. Over in the corner, Ben and Gabe are making another stuff cup. Can we play the stuff cup slide, please? So we've got a cup that we're making here. We've already stuffed one cup for this piece. We'll be making another one. The color on the outside is basically going to be the backdrop of our panel. That's what's happening over in the corner. Nancy's making the intricate pattern that will be the inside color right now. If you haven't had a chance to check out our exhibitions, please do. We've got two that are really, really great happening right now, and we'll have more very soon, so it's kind of your last chance to check it out. One of those shows is called What Are You Looking At? It is an exploration between the relationship between Pilchuck Glass School and the Tacoma Museum of Glass. Another one is the collection of Alfredo Barbini, a glass caster and sculptor. And for those of you who are budding artists, the Museum of Glass does accept applications to be a visiting artist. You can look for that application sometime around October, November. You do not need to be a glass artist. We invite people from all sorts of different mediums. So over here you have Gabe, who's making what's known as a punty. We will be transferring the glass that Mariah has in the green in the corner onto the punty that Gabe is finishing up making. This is how we work the glass from the opposite end, the end that's now on the pipe. So now Ben is using his tweezers to make sure that we're nice and on center. We basically are using that clear glass as glue to the end of that punty. He's putting in a jack line so that when we're done on the punty, we'll be able to break it off nice and cleanly. He pulls it away to make sure that there's plenty of space in there. Now we want that punty to stiffen up. We want it to be really nice and solid so that when we break off from the pipe side, we're not moving around like a wet spaghetti. Now he'll go behind him into that block of water, take his tweezers, put water on that jack line, lift the moil onto the edge of the bench, and then using vibrations that are set up the pipe, we break it off. Does anyone have any questions for me? The piece that we made earlier today, which was very similar, went from 9 until about 11:30. So 2.5-ish hours. We started it at 11:45. So we got quite a few things happening on the hot shop floor right now. Jen is gearing up to grab another plate of patterned glass from inside the kiln. Meanwhile, Ben has finished his stuff cup, so he'll be parking it in the garage. The garage is basically the glass pause button. It's that piece of equipment at the center of the hot shop. In the garage, it'll stay warm enough that it doesn't get too cold and crack and break, but not so warm that it moves. So this glass was loaded by Nancy a few hours ago, so it's had plenty of time to come up to temperature. We don't want to shock the glass because it'll cause it to break, so we let it soak at that nice toasty heat. Now it'll go right into that reheating furnace and we'll get it even hotter so that the surface of these pucks will adhere to the surface of the bubble Dave has over in the corner. Dave is letting the glass cool. We need a nice cold core before we take another dip of glass from that furnace. So that glass is super rapidly cooling. So that stuff cup will hang out in that garage until we've added all of the layers of pattern on this other bubble. So the patterns that Dave has right now will actually be the inside of the cylinder, so that when we cut it open, it'll be the front. The stuff cup that was just loaded in the garage is the backdrop, the background colors. It's white, the very first layer, and then pink. And now the canes that they're using are also white. So Dave is taking that nice, hot, fresh gather from our furnace. Our furnaces, we've got 2 on the hot shop floor. They both hold up to 1,000 pounds of glass. They run at a sweltering 2,100 degrees, and they operate 24 hours a day using a combination of natural gas and forced air. Dave just did what's known as a strip gather. So he took a gather of glass and then he let the excess drip into the strip bucket. And now he's cooling off the pipe. We're going to want to go to the center. Thank you. So now this is called a roll up. We're going to roll up the glass that's been preheated on that kiln shelf. She's picking up every puck. And now she's back inside that reheating furnace to really make sure that those pucks are melted to the surface of that interior bubble. Now we're using that tagliole to make sure that those pucks are really nice and attached well. So as this bubble gets larger and larger, those canes will stretch and form to that cylinder shape. So although they look really nice and chunky the way they are here, it will be a very different effect when it's in its final stage. For those of you just getting to the museum, here we have visiting artist Nancy Callan. Can we go ahead and show her slides, please? What we're working on is we're creating very intricate patterns in the glass. This is an example of one of her previous panels. So all of these lines in this center bubble will eventually be the top layer. In our garage, we've already made the stuff cup that'll end up being the backdrop to our pattern. In 2024, Nancy will have her first solo museum exhibition here at the Museum of Glass, and some of the pieces will be used for that exhibition. So Nancy is using a wooden block to help shape that glass. We want those pucks that we attached to be evenly distributed. So what we're going to do is we're going to use that wooden block to make sure that our bubble is nice and round and proper shape. You can see that as that object is blown, those canes begin to dissipate. They become thinner, more wispy. So what Nancy's working on now is she's shaping that bubble. We've added all of the lines that we're going to, and we want the shape of this bubble to match the size of the stuff cup that's parked in our garage. Can we go ahead and play the stuff cup slide, please? So Dave in the red has the inside color. Parked in our garage is our outside color. Can we go ahead and play the color overlay slide? For those of you who missed it, our stuff cup has 2 layers of color overlay. There's a white and there's a pink. And this is how we achieve that. So inside our stuff cup is 2 colors. Thank you. And now Dave is capping on the end so we don't let the bubble deflate. Meanwhile, he's using a fair amount of pressure on the marver to evenly distribute those glass pucks. Those pucks were about a ½ inch thick. We want all the glass surrounding that bubble to be the same. So now we're going to work to move that glass. So that stuff cup just came out of our garage. We have to get it back up to temperature. You saw that Ben really had to hustle because as that glass is exposed to the temperature of the air in our room, it's rapidly cooling. As soon as that glass gets under 1,000 degrees, it will shatter, it will break. And we've already put quite a bit of time and effort into these pieces. So now when we opened up that stuff cup, we used a tool called a jack. Jacks can sometimes leave tool marks. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna use the hot torch and torch the inside. There's a price check. We're making sure that that inside bubble is the right size for the outside stuff cup. So we're using that hot torch to get rid of any of those tool marks on that inside stuff cup. It also makes sure that that stuff cup is the right temperature so that when we put that inside layer into that cup, it fuses. Meanwhile, Dave is over here with our patterned glass. He's letting that glass cool. We want a cold core so that when we take a dip in that furnace at 2100 degrees, it doesn't just fall into the furnace. Here we go. Here's his gather. Now he's going to go into the strip bucket. He didn't need quite as much glass, so he's letting some of the glass peel off that bubble. Now that pipe is very heavy and very hot at this point. So we're going to go ahead and go to the pipe cooler. A lot of people are curious about glass blowers getting burned or injured. It doesn't happen touching the glass. We know the glass is really hot. It happens when you touch something you think is cold, like that pipe. So it's good practice to always be cooling it after you take a gather. So Nick has just brought over a metal ring. We're going to break the cup off of the pipe that Ben has in the center, flip that cup upside down so it's facing up, and then we're going to stuff it with our patterned glass that Nancy is working on over there. So Jen is all prepped up with her Kevlar gloves. She'll be grabbing that glass with her bare hands when it's ready to go. Or sorry, with her gloved hands, not bare hands. So Jen is preheating her Kevlar gloves in front of that glory hole. That's so we don't upset that stuff cup when we go to grab it. So glass making is often described as a dance. And so they're dancing around the glass, getting so cold it breaks, and not being warm enough to not move. So we need to make sure that the timing is perfect. We need this cup to break off, go onto our metal ring, and we need the glass that Dave has hot enough to fuse. Now this is the power move, ladies and gentlemen, this stuff right here. You saw she let it fall. It gets thinner so that she doesn't tap the sides of that cup. And now she'll blow into it to fill that cup. Can we give her a round of applause? Our visiting artist, Nancy Callan, everyone, thank you. But this piece is far from over because all we've done is we've added our color. Now we've really got to shape it into our cylinder. For those of you just coming in, welcome to the Museum of Glass. Can we go ahead and play Nancy's slides, please? We have visiting artist Nancy Callan working on some sculptures here today. You can see that her work is highly influenced by exuberant patterns and color. We're making right now a cylinder that will eventually be turned into a panel like you see on the screen. In 2024, Nancy will have her first solo museum exhibition here at the Museum of Glass. Right now what we're doing is we're putting heat on the back side of that stuff cup so that we can fold it along our interior bubble. So now they're putting a lot of heat on the flap that's still not quite attached. And they'll come over to the marver, use pressure and the weight of the glass itself in order to really seal the back end of that stuff cup. So now Dave's getting that glass really nice and hot and spicy so we can smoosh that back end down. See how he's slowly moving the back end, that pipe end down. And what he's doing is he's pushing the remaining air out and attaching that stuff cup. We also want it to be that taper because the next thing we're going to start working on is putting in our jack line. The jack line is where we will eventually be cutting the glass off the pipe. So we want it nice and small so that Nancy can squeeze it in there. Hello and welcome to the museum. For those of you who have never been here and you're curious about our infamous cone, we do have blueprints up here. You're more than welcome to check it out. It also provides a different vantage point of the glass blowing. So it's worth noting that the most important rule on blowing glass is always be turning. If you were to stop turning, it would slump over. It would kind of ruin and create a flat spot in the glass. So it's a constant turning. You're turning in the reheating furnace, you're turning in open air. Now we're using that fluffy torch to put more heat where we will eventually be putting our jack line. When that glass goes inside our reheating furnace, the end will always get hotter faster because it's closer to the burner and the heat source. Does anyone have any questions for me? The question is, how heavy do I think that glass is? Between 15 and 20 pounds of glass, but when you're holding it out 6 feet, it's twice that. So we're looking 40 to 50 is what it feels like. We don't know. So Nancy does have her show coming up, and it might be used for that show, but there is so many more processes for this single piece of glass. So we're gonna make a cylinder today, but once it's a cylinder, it'll be taken into the cold shop and created, we'll cut the bottom off and make a tube. Once it's a tube, it'll then be put back in a kiln and then opened up to that flat panel. At any given time, the glass could not survive. So we don't count our chickens. So this heat we're working on right now is the jack line heat. It's very spicy, very hot. And now Nancy's doing that jack line. Jen is using wooden paddles in order to protect Nancy as she's very close to that very hot glass. Now Nancy's putting so much pressure on that jack line that in order to compensate and keep it spinning, we've got 2 people on the pipe. She's having to use so much force because there's so much glass. Now that we've put the jack line in, she's using air to cool it down. We've done our job. We need that glass to stiffen up because now we'll actually be working towards the farthest side of that glass. Some of you may be wondering why Nancy has a bandana on. Number 1, it's super hot. Number 2, if her sweat were to fall on the piece, which happens, it's hot, it would cause little cracks. And we're aiming for perfection, so we want to alleviate any chance of that happening. So now she's got a bandana on to protect her face and to make sure we don't sweat on the glass. So now what we're doing is we're elongating that bubble. We're using gravity as our friend. We want that glass to stretch out. And now we'll slowly be working towards the diameter that this cylinder will end up being. So Nancy's basically using that fluffy torch and using that heat to direct where we want to inflate the bubble next. So we're going to puff up that shoulder. So we need to add more heat because the air and the pressure inside the pipe will go to the path of least resistance, right? So the glass that's hottest will move first. The question was, is there a problem with condensation when someone blows in the pipe? And it's just so hot that that's not a thing. But what is a thing is inside that pipe, as that pipe begins to break down and deteriorate, sometimes you can get metal scale that gets forced through. But as far as condensation, enjoy the rest of your time at the museum. Thanks for coming in. So what we're doing now is we're really stretching that glass. And what takes a lot of skill and a lot of just historical knowledge on Nancy's part is knowing how thick that glass is, even now. I don't know how thick that glass is, but she's worked with glass so often that she's able to determine the proper thickness so that when she goes to open up this panel, it's not too thin or too thick. So what Jen is doing is she's preparing another surface for us to roll that glass on so that we can evenly make that diameter. She's flattening it out because as it gets rolled, it kind of pushes the paper up on either side. Now what Nancy's doing is she's looking and seeing which side might be a little proud or a little too blown out, and she's cooling it with that tool in her hand. So you can see Dave is actually capping that bubble. We want to put pressure, and if we didn't cap the end of that pipe, we would essentially deflate the bubble. So by capping it, we're creating a pressure chamber, and the weight of the glass is causing those diameters to even out. So what they're working on now is putting a bottom on the piece. They're going to flatten the end so that when we put the punty on, we have a nice flat surface. We don't want a dome. We want it nice and flat so that that punty can break off easier. So Nancy's using the jacks to make sure the glass is even when she uses the paddle to then force and put that bottom on. That makes a nice crisp bottom. For those of you who missed it, in the center of the hot shop is our garage. It's where we go to press pause on the glass. It keeps the glass warm enough it won't shatter and break, but not too warm that it moves and slumps. So Gabe has parked the next part we will be adding to this cylinder, which is the punty. We need the punty so that we can access the part of the glass that's now attached to the pipe. What Jen is doing is she's blowing the smoke out of everybody's face. All right, now we just took that punty out of the garage and we'll be preheating it so it's really nice and hot, and that clear glass that's on the end of that punty will act similar to hot glue. We're gonna glue it to the end so that we can get to the front of that piece. Now what Jen is doing is she's putting a lot of heat on that moil. The moil refers to the glass that it's attached to the pipe. We want to make that glass upset, causing thermal shock. So first we put a lot of heat in, then we're going to put cold water, and it'll cause the glass to break off the pipe side, and it'll be stuck onto the punty side. Now what Nancy just did there was she made sure that the punty was attached on center. We need to make sure that the glass is always moving on center, otherwise it'll be funky. Now remember, we added a lot of heat onto that jack line. We want the punty to cool down, stiffen up, so we're using air to cool that down. Now Jen's making that glass on the pipe side even more upset by adding more heat. Glasses of water, we'll put the moil up on the edge of the bench. Then vibrations will be sent up the pipe and it breaks off cleanly. That is very difficult, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, can we get a round of applause? That is hard stuff. Thank you. Can we go ahead and play Nancy's slides, please? For those of you who missed it, this is a glimpse into Nancy's world. She has a lot of color, a lot of pattern. And although the glass on the floor looks simple, looks white, on the inside are gorgeous patterns that have been melted in that'll stretch with our cylinder. This is a panel. Now what Nancy's doing is she's making sure that that glass is on center. So she's got a stick and she's watching for when it's moving kind of funny, and then she'll lift up to make sure it's really nice and centered. So now that we've successfully gotten our piece on center on the punty, the next thing we got to work on is we have to trim the lip. Where the glass was attached to the pipe, it's super thick. We want a consistent thickness in the glass. So we'll heat the end of that, get it really nice and toasty, tweeze it out, and then trim it. So Gabe is getting the end of that glass really nice and toasty. Nancy's at the ready with her tweezers. Now, they're gauging the temperature of the glass by how bright it is when it came out. So that's what just happened. Gabe did a price check with Nancy to see if that was hot enough for her. She wants it hotter so that she can do this complex move in a single heat. An interesting side note is the more you work with glass and the more experienced you become, the hotter you work the glass. So you can do more things in less heats. So she's tweezing it and pulling it. Here's her duckbill shears. Now she's got to cut that whole lip in one heat. Now that piece that Jen just got, that's kind of like a sample. We won't see the finished product for this for quite some time because it's got to get cold worked and yada yada. So that little sample that she collected is kind of a glimpse. It's a sneak peek into what the panel will eventually look like. Does anyone have any more questions? Any questions at all? So now Ben's got what's known as a sophietta, and he's using that sophietta to blow the glass from the opposite end. Now Ben's using a very, very sophisticated tool. It's a wooden stick with some newspaper on it to open up our cylinder. For those of you who are curious about this technique of panel making, panels have been made in this way for quite some time. It's how the original stained glass sheets were made. There is someone in Fremont still doing glass panels to this day in this same way. So what we're working on is we're working on making sure the diameter of that whole cylinder is the same. What they're doing right now is they're working a ridge out that's near the end of that glass. So by putting downward pressure on that paper marver and upward pressure with our corn dog or wooden stick, we're able to alleviate that blip. Question is, how large will this panel eventually be? And I'd say if this is our end, I'm betting it's about this big. Massive. So now we're putting more heat on that punny because our next move is to make it upset. So now we're going to begin the flashing down process. Now the glass has stopped moving, but we don't want it to cool so rapidly because we need to bide ourselves time while we put more heat in that punny. So you can see Nick is all suited up. He's actually going to catch the piece when we're done. And he'll load it into an annealer that's at 950 degrees. It'll stay there for about 8.5 hours as it slowly comes down to room temperature. Awesome. A round of applause for our visiting artist, Nancy Callan. Second piece of the day, third day in her residency. This is her final day. Now, that was the last piece we will be making before we break for lunch. We'll take an hour remission after they get a photograph, and then we will be back at it. In the meantime, we do have a couple of really awesome exhibitions happening, and thank you so much for taking the time to come to the museum. Hello, 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 and welcome to the Museum of Glass. Thanks for stopping by. On the floor, we have visiting artist Nancy Callan working on what will soon to be, in about a couple hours, a cylinder that she'll later cut open and turn into a flat panel. You saw some of her panels on the rotating slides of some of her previous work. This is the last day of Nancy's 3-day residency. She was begifted this residency because she's got her first solo exhibition here at the museum in 2024. So she's already working on that body of work. Here's an example of a panel up on the screen here. Thanks, Chris. Please do ask any questions. Flag me down if you've got any. Otherwise, I'm just going to talk you through the process. I am your hot shop guide today. So this piece of equipment here in the middle of the hot shop is called the garage. It's where we go to park the glass. It allows us to press pause. It's also a way for us to slowly bring the glass up to temperature. So right now, Jen has 2 color bars on her punty that she's slowly bringing up. If we were to take the glass out immediately and shove it in our reheating furnace, it would explode because it shocks. This is an example of the color bar. So she has 2 about 1 foot length pieces of solid color. So now you can see Jen is using the marver to press those 2 color bars together. Although they look black, they most likely aren't, but maybe they are. We don't really know until it's cooled. Only Nancy really knows. Over here, Dave has a punty. He's getting ready to pick something up out of this kiln. So he's got a piece of clear glass on the end of that rod that it's essentially like hot glue. So he's going to put that clear glass on the end of that cup, and he was able to pick it up. What the cup was doing in that kiln was slowly coming up to temperature. Remember, glass is really brittle, it's really fragile, it's temperamental. So we need to be really cognizant of the temperatures and the way that it fluctuates. Can we go ahead and play the stuff cup slide? So this is what we're working with. The cup you see in this diagram is what Dave has on this side of the shop. What will most likely happen is the color Jen has over on the corner will be the inside color. right now, our visiting artist Nancy is taking a gather out of that furnace. On the hot shop floor, we have 2 furnaces. Both hold up to 1,000 pounds. The glass that's in there is actually clear. It's just so hot, it looks orange. That glass is about 2,100 degrees. Right now, Nancy's letting that cool. She needs a nice cold core, and she'll go ahead and take another dip and gather more glass on the end of that rod. So everyone on the floor today are all working on one piece. We've got 3 holes, we've got 3 smaller teams right now, but as the glass gets heavier, as the glass gets bigger and more complex, we'll all come together in the center to work on one piece. So right now, Nancy is using the marver to shape this solid mass of glass. So when Ben took a gather in the furnace, what they're discussing is he picked something up. Now, we melt something called batch here at the museum, which is essentially fine particles that compose glass. So every once in a while, you get something in the furnace. Maybe it's a part of the furnace itself because it's began to deteriorate. And sometimes it's some of those fine particles from the batch that we melt. And the way that she knew there was something in the glass is it burns slightly brighter. It's almost like a firework inside. Question was, what is Jen making? Jen has the yellow shirt over here. She's got those solid chunks of glass concentrate that she will blend together and melt together, and it'll eventually be something called a color drop. So we'll drop all that color on a clear bubble. Can we go ahead and play the color drop slide? So it'll look something like this. So Jen has the colored glass, that darker green, and eventually maybe it might be Ben is making the clear glass bubble underneath, and then they'll come together as one. Again, there was a little schmutz, so now Nancy's using the Dremel to get rid of that schmutz. Can we play Nancy's slides, please? So this is why this matters. This is why we're taking the time to get all the impurities out of that glass. Her work is very fine-tuned. It takes a lot of color, a lot of pattern. It's a lot of work to get to these final stages. So taking those few minutes to really refine as she goes is how she's able to achieve such clean and exquisite lines within her work. For those of you who missed it, Nancy will be having her first museum exhibition solo show here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass in 2024, and some of the work that she's making during her residency will be a part of that show. Are there any other questions for me? The question is, how long does the furnace last? Can we go ahead and play the furnace slide, please? So this is what we're looking at. This is the inside, the guts. And what begins to happen is when glass is at that molten state, that 2100 degrees, that inside liner breaks down. Every time you take a gather, there's also, you run the risk of inside that door is a sill. So the sill starts to break down. When it's exposed to that molten glass, it's a very caustic material. The frequency in which the furnace has to get replaced is based on how much glass you're melting. So if you melt a lot of glass, you have to replace it. I do believe that the bottom of the furnace was replaced after 10 years of use. Thanks, Chris. Now, one way that we maintain the life of the furnace is by having it run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. When you let all of the refractory cool down and come back up and cool down and come back up, that's what stresses out our equipment. So we just leave it running. We also blow glass nearly every day, so it makes sense, because in order to get the furnace down to room temperature, it's 5-6 days. It takes a long time. Can we have the camera in the center? So now Nancy is about to stuff solid clear glass into that cup that Dave was working with before. This puts the outside layer of white on as a skin with that clear core. Now that Nancy has that skin of color on the outside of that clear core, she'll use the marver to continue to shape that glass. Over here in the corner, you can see Jen is doing that color drop. That solid chunk of color, those two solid bars are now being draped over our clear glass bubble. So this is yet another way that we are able to color the glass and to achieve some of the patterns that Nancy uses within her work. So now Gabe is using pressure in the back of the jacks to really smoosh on that exterior color. So now Ben is hanging out with that glass. He's letting that core cool. The question is, when did glass blowing art start? And I can't speak to like the very beginning. It was invented in Japan hundreds of years ago as a craft, but it really was most popular in Murano, Italy, which is why a lot of our tools have Italian names. The studio glass movement in America was pioneered by Dale Chihuly in 1971. We are fortunate enough here in the state of Washington to have Pilchuck Glass School up in Stanwood, Washington, over by the Pilchuck Mountain. Now, inside one of our exhibitions called What Are You Looking At? It actually explores the relationship between the Tacoma Museum of Glass and Pilchuck Glass School and the residencies that both of these institutions offer. Let's go ahead and check in on the corner and see what Gabe's doing. So he took that solid chunk of color and now he's really refining that and evenly distributing it around that clear glass bubble. So Gabe is working on the final exterior. Can we go ahead and show a panel? So Gabe has the backdrop. He has the black color, and this will be a cylinder today, but it'll eventually be cut into a tube, cut down the center, and then laid flat in a kiln. So Gabe has a lot of black color so that we can make the largest panel possible. Thanks, Chris. So now Ben has let that glass hang out. He got his cold core, and now he can go inside that furnace without fearing for the glass to all completely fall into the furnace. The centrifugal force, the speed in which he turns, determines how much glass is on the pipe when he comes out. It's also based on the size of the inside bubble. Now he's using a wooden block to shape that glass. It helps to also cool it because we want it a little bit colder than that crazy heat from the furnace. Now in the center, Nancy's working with a color called white Duro. Duro is super stiff. It's how she's able to get the really fine lines within her work. That impression in the center that she made using the jacks will add more texture and more definition. The final product, the goal is to have it look like rope. So she's got this textured Duro in the center here. She'll eventually be taking it over to the lip wrap machine, which is not powered by anything besides your hands, which is right over here. Does anyone have any questions for me? So right now, Nancy is using pressure and the heat of the glass to twist to make that rope. So she's using the crease. You can see it spinning around to create that rope shape. And then she's using pressure on the tip to really spin that glass and twist it up. This will create all the different strands within her rope. Now, something to pay attention to and to keep in mind, that when Nancy started twisting that glass to make that rope texture, she clocked a direction. So she wants to continue to spin in the same direction, otherwise it'll get crazy. Thanks for stopping at the museum today. For those of you who have never been here before, you are also able to walk all the way around and check out the blueprints of our infamous cone. It also gives you a different perspective of the glass making process. So now what Nancy's doing is she took her diamond shears. They're named as such because of the diamond shape in the center. Now she's able to grab it. Meanwhile, Dave is twisting, and we're getting even more twists set up to make those strands. Over in the corner here, you can see Gabe using what's known as a wooden block in order to help shape that glass. That wooden block lives in a bucket of water, and what happens is when the wooden block is exposed to that molten glass, a layer of steam forms, and it stops the glass from burning up the block. And it also makes it so that there's this pocket of air. We're able to shape it, but we're also protected from any of the carbon buildup that might be happening on that wooden block. Now that glass, that rope that we've been making, that will be draped over this clear bubble that Nancy has. And what they're doing is they're mapping out the trajectory, the pattern that she wants that white duro to form on this clear bubble. Thanks for coming in. Oh, that is the rope. So the rope will actually be a cup.
The rope
'Cause
is
that's your
going to
lip
go
wrap.
inside there, I believe. That's going to be the cup. He's got the double black overlay on there.
Okay.
So for most of the pattern.
So it looked like I missed that little tidbit, but we've added the rope. So what Nancy's doing now is she's using a taglio in order to make sure that that rope is super attached to our clear bubble. We really need to make sure that all the edges are really well melted in, otherwise we could potentially trap air bubbles, and we're only allowed one bubble, and that's the one at the center. So she's using that hot torch to really make sure that the glass is all melted in. What you can really see right now is the optics of super thick glass. The way the bubble on the inside actually mirrors the coloration on the outside. Can we show what Gabe's doing? So now he's making that outside layer, that final layer of color for this piece, and he's been creating a stuff cup. Now Nick just made a punty and he's cooling the pipe over yonder, and they'll be transferring that cup from the pipe side to the punty side. So now Gabe will take hold of the punty using those tweezers to make sure that it's really nice and center. The reason we do this is so that we can access the glass that's now attached to the pipe. The only way to do that is to get it off the pipe and onto that punty. He's using the jacks to put a jack line in so that when we go to cut it off the punty, it's really nice and clean. Now he'll use water when he's got that punty really nice and stiff and he knows it's going to work out. He'll put water right on that jack line, and then he'll send vibrations up the pipe that cause a stress fracture to go the entire length of that jack line. There's the water. It's thermal shock, right? He just hit it with the fluffy torch. Now he's cooling it down with that water, and then it slices right there. So now Gabe has finished that stuff cup, and he's gonna put it in the garage where it'll sit and chill out. He's parking it in the garage until we're ready to use it. It'll be a while till we're ready to use it because we're still making our pattern here in the center bench. So now what's happening is we really need that rope to be melted in, and the surface of this bubble should be consistent. So Jen has more of that duro. Jen is in the yellow. She has more of that duro, and she's gearing up to do our first of a few wraps on this interior bubble. Dave is cooling the pipe because Nancy has a particular way in which she applies it. And we want to make sure that she doesn't burn herself when she goes to spin that pipe. So Jen's got her duro, and what will happen is when she reaches a temperature that it'll fuse to the outside of this bubble. So that was some real skill in order to achieve that right now, because you need to spin it at the same rate as it moves back to make sure that those lines are consistently spaced throughout that entire bubble. Now that bubble's diameter fluctuates, so you need to compensate with how fast you spin and how much it moves on that roller. So the way that this tool that they're using here works is you set the angle in which it spins and it moves the pipe either forward or backward depending on the way that it's set up. So they adjusted the machine in order to have finer and closer together threads to add variation within her pattern. Now Dave is getting rid of the texture from the duro stripes that were on the outside by using the marver and the weight of the glass itself in order to work it in. If we were to just do another wrap with that texture on there, we would in fact trap bubbles. And remember, we're only allowed one bubble in this piece. So all of the glass here on the hot shop floor has to be above 1,000 degrees at any point. Otherwise, it will shatter and break from getting too cold. The temperature in which they're working at right now is about 1,700 degrees. So here, Jen is working on getting that duro back to that really molten temperature. And we're going to go ahead and wrap once again. Wow. So what they managed to do there is they managed to get the second layer of stripes in between the first layer. And you could see that as the glass got colder, Dave had to spin faster and faster to compensate for that loss of heat. Hello and welcome to the Museum of Glass. Familiar face, how's it going? Good. Can we go ahead and play Nancy's slides, please? For those of you who are not familiar with Nancy's work, it incorporates a lot of these lines, a lot of these colors. They're really, really advanced technically. So what we've been doing with the roller wrap and with the rope is creating all these lines. It's a type of glass called Duro, which is very stiff. It allows the lines to maintain their integrity while it's being manipulated in such a vast way. Thanks. So as they spun that glass around, each one of those will create a line. The final product for this is quite far away. It'll be a panel, but right now we're shooting for a cylinder. Now what Nancy's doing is she's using that hot torch in order to really melt in those lines of glass that are on the back end. The glass that's closest to the pipe or the punty will always get the coldest because it's the farthest away from the burner inside our reheating furnace. So we use things like the fluffy torch and the hot torch in order to more evenly distribute that heat throughout that glass. And what Gabe is doing is he's getting our exterior, our last layer of color ready, so he's slowly bringing it up to temperature. If we were to take that stuff cup, bring it out into the outside air, there's a really high possibility that it would just crack and shatter. So he's got a ribbon burner inside this garage, and he just moved it over to that corner hole. So we got it hot enough, it was moving, we knew it wasn't gonna break, and now he's getting that stuff cup really nice and hot so that we can put that on the outside of this very elaborate patterned glass in the center here. Can we go ahead and play the stuff cup slide, please? So this is what we're looking at. We're gonna put the pattern on the inside. We've got that big black cup on the outside that'll be basically the backdrop to one of Nancy's panels. For those of you who are curious about wanting to see the final products, Nancy will have her first solo museum exhibition here at the Museum of Glass in 2024. So she's working for pieces for that already. So that's how long and how much time and how much work goes into some of these shows. So what Dave was doing is he was shaping that glass on the marver. He's gonna gather another layer of glass from the furnace eventually. Now we want that interior bubble to have a nice point to it so that when we go into that furnace, we're not pulling any extra bubbles. So he's shaped it to a nice pointed shape. And now he's gonna let it chill out, because we need a cold core, so when we go into that furnace, our glass doesn't fall into it, especially this far into the process. Please let me know if you have any questions at all. I am here as your visual guide. Right now they're comparing sizes. Is Gabe's cup a little large? Is the inside bubble a little small? And he's also evaluating how much glass he wants to put on this outside area, this white pattern piece in the center.
Pretty dang good.
The question is this glass, while it's in this stage, heavier than the finished product? And the answer is, oh God, yes. Because the amount of glass that's on that moil is super duper heavy. It's also, the weight of the glass is multiplied the farther out on the stick it is. So there could be about 15, 20 pounds of glass if you just weighed that. But now you add the moil and you add the fact that it's 5 feet in front of you, it now feels 40 to 50 pounds. And the moil is the glass that's on the end of the pipe. Remember, a lot of these terminologies are kind of funny to us because they were developed in Murano, Italy, where they have had the most significant glass presence. So what Dave was doing when he held it up is he's letting that bubble squat up. It was a little long. So we like to use gravity as much as possible. We want to work the least amount possible and really be a friend to ourselves. So we'll often either let it hang down and let gravity pull it and elongate it, or stub it up by holding it up. So what's happening right now is they're preemptively cooling down that pipe so that when Rick goes into that furnace, the pipe is as cold as possible when he starts. After you go into the furnace, the pipe is its hottest temperature. There's always a curiosity about how often glass workers get burned. You don't get burned from the glass. You know the glass is hot. You get burned by the pipe you think is cold. No worries. Now Rick's doing a price check. He's checking the size of that cup so that when he goes and gathers, he knows exactly how much glass he needs to put on there. We need to make sure that our inside glass does not become larger than the outside cup. Can we get a quick glimpse of that stuff cup again, please? So remember, this is the technique we're using. We've got that black cup over there with Nick and Gabe, and we've got this very pattern-oriented piece of glass here at the center. Thank you. So for those of you who have been around for a bit this afternoon, everyone on the hot shop floor is working for Nancy. We've got a lot of hands on this piece of glass, and at one point we had 3 separate teams. All of those components were for one of Nancy's pieces. So that was a strip gather. It gets its name from when the glass is stripped off into that bucket. Now remember, we've got tight parameters. Our cup is a certain size. We need our inside glass to also be a certain size. So if he needed quite a bit of glass, he would have kept that instead of strip gathering. You can see the glass that I just pulled out of that furnace is really bright orange. As it cools down, it will become closer to the final color, which is clear. Both of our furnaces hold only clear glass. They both hold about 1,000 pounds of glass, and they operate at 2,100 degrees, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So what Jen is doing over here in the corner is she's using the hot torch on the inside of this cup. We do that because we want to melt out any tool marks that might have been left behind when we opened up the cup in the corner. So the next bit of action is going to happen right over here, where Nancy's going to stuff the cup that we've been working with throughout the entire afternoon. Jen, as I said before, is using that hot torch to get any tool marks off, preheat it. We need the glass to be a certain temperature so it fuses. And this is exactly why we need this many people on the floor at one time. That cup needs to be a certain temperature. Dave's pattern glass needs to be a certain temperature, and they all need to work in tandem to get this done. Nancy makes it look easy, but it is very difficult to do. So what happened there was Nancy took the glass from Dave and she let it elongate. We want to make sure that we don't tap the sides of that cup, because if we tap the sides, we will trap bubbles. So we let it elongate, push it down, make sure that the tip hits, and then she begins to blow up. So now what Ben is doing is he's using the weight of the glass in order to finally put that layer of that color cup back on the back end closest to the pipe. So now the team is working together to make sure that that glass is completely fused on the back side. Ben is using the weight of the glass, and simultaneously it's cooling down because it's touched by that marver that's cold. So Gabe is counteracting that by putting that fluffy torch right on that back side. We also wanted to have this tapered shape because the next thing that we're going to be working on is putting the jack line in. The jack line refers to where the glass will be cinched in so that when Nancy's ready for the punty side, that's exactly where it'll be cut in. So now what we're doing is we're using that fluffy torch back by the end of the pipe because we want to put a lot of heat right where our jack line is going to go. So you can see now Nancy's working on putting a bottom on this cylinder. So Ben's getting the bottom of that piece really nice and warm so that we can flatten it. We're flattening it so that when we put that punty on, it has a nice surface area in order to get on there. So she's pushing down with those jacks, pushing in with that paddle, and making that edge really nice and crispy. We want it to be as crispy as possible so that we can get the full length of that panel. So Gabe is now going to take a gather. He's working on that punty. So in order for us to open up this cylinder on the opposite end that's now attached to the pipe, we have to transfer it over to the punty. So we've now crafted this nice flat surface on the back side. This is what we'll be attaching to that. What Ben is doing is he's starting to put in a bunch of heat on that moil, on the part of the glass that's attached to that pipe. What we'll be doing is we'll be using thermal shock to break the glass right where that jack line is. Nancy's using chalk in order to mark where the absolute center on this piece of glass is. It will help to align our punty and our pipe because we want to make sure that that glass stays on center is the technical term. Massive. But that's the last glass you'll gather today.
Hell yeah.
You got physical therapy today? Now Nancy's going to grab that punty with those tweezers and shoot for that circle she made, right? So that we're nice and on center. Now we have to let that punty stiff up and get colder so that it has more structural integrity. Meanwhile, Jen is simultaneously building up the heat on our moil so that we can really aggravate that glass when we introduce the water and create that thermal shock to break it off. Nancy's cooling that punty. We want to make sure that we're really nice and stiff, otherwise it will flop around pretty uncontrollably. All right, here's the water. Here's what makes it upset. We'll put the moil on the bench, elevating it. Vibrations are sent up the pipe, and then it cracks right where we want it to. Now, this glass is super heavy, and that punty hasn't had quite enough time to really stiffen up. So now the team is working together to make sure that that stays right on center. So now what's going to happen is we're going to do a technique called trimming the lip. The glass that was on the pipe is the thickest, and we want a really nice consistent thickness throughout the whole thing. So what we'll do is we'll get the end of that glass really nice and warm, we'll tweeze it out, and then we'll cut off the excess super thick bits. So the museum does close at 5, but we're going to go ahead and let you stay if you would like to see Nancy finish this cylinder. Question was how much longer until Nancy's about done, and it's about 15 minutes out. So you can see, based on that orange coloration, that that glass on the end is quite toasty. Now Nancy's using her tweezers. She's pulling out that thick lip. And then she'll go behind with her duck-billed shears and cut off that glass. Now we need to make sure that that glass is really nice and warm when we go to cut it. Otherwise it can get brittle and the shears won't quite work. So we need to make sure it's really nice and orange so that the cut seam is really clean. So Jen is using those paddles to protect Nancy from the heat. Jen is going to keep that piece of glass that was just removed from the sculpture so that we have a little sneak peek on what we can assume that glass will look like. It'll cool to room temperature and it will get a better image on what our vessel is. So now Ben is using what's called a soffietta in order to puff up that shoulder. So he's blowing glass from the outside. He's blowing up that shoulder from the inside where that pipe was attached. And after we've trimmed, now we're puffing up that shoulder. And then the final thing we'll work on is opening up that hole so that it matches the diameter of the vessel all the way through. So Nancy's got a very sophisticated tool that is a wooden stick with some newspaper on it. We humbly call it the corn dog. Unclear to me why it is the corn dog. The question is, how much does this vessel weigh? If you ask a glass blower here, now that it's after 5, they'll tell you it weighs 200 pounds because I've been here all day doing this. But I'd say because it's about 6 feet out, it's probably 50 pounds. The actual glass itself, maybe 20. So what's happening here is Nancy is exerting force from the inside of the vessel to open up that hole. Meanwhile, Ben is counterforcing it with a Kevlar coated newspaper to stop her from getting out of control, right? Time check from Nancy herself. She says we're about 7 minutes out from being ready to box this cylinder. Now, what the team has attached to the bench are called rollers, and they'll assist us in maintaining a spin that's even, so we don't have to worry about flipping back and forth. For those of you who are curious how difficult this is, we've got a whole group of people to make one piece, so it's about that hard, right? Thanks for stopping by. So what we just witnessed there was we were whipping open the cylinder, simultaneously putting pressure with that paper, making it all really nice and consistent. For those of you leaving, have a great rest of your day and your beginning of your weekend, and thanks for coming by. The museum is now closed. Please exit the building.